Winnie Pooh. Oh, where's that? Winnie Pooh.
Before I started making this video, I had a lot of things to share with you guys, starting from what I experienced while baking this cake. As it was my first time attempt on making a wedding cake, and I was so determined to document the process. I started prepping for this cake 4 days before the actual wedding day, and you won't believe that I don't have any info or design I'm actually aiming to get because I don't know what I'm capable of doing in this aspect. But I have that strong belief it's going to come out looking beautiful. Although I have this at the back of my mind to just make a simple and fast design. Most bakers know that there is nothing simple in making a wedding cake. Taking each and every step of this cake was one thing that stressed me out. Even though I love it, I made my fondant icing a night before, so it would be easy for me to work on. This is where the real work started for me because I don't know what the outcome of the cake has in store for me yet. I'm making a two-tier cake, and I started out decorating the upper tier, which is a size 6 inches, 3 layers, before decorating the first tier, which is a size 10 inches, 4 layers. I had a problem getting a sharp edges on the cake. Nonetheless, it was my first time trying. It doesn't have to be perfect at all. I was not able to film the remaining parts because it was already getting late. So early in the morning, around 7 a.m., I think, I did a little touch up before getting the cake to the event center. And since it was a family wedding, I have to attend. I used that as an opportunity to unwind and enjoy every part of the event. Look at the way this cake is looking so elegant. It doesn't even look like as if it was my first time of decorating with fondant. It was time for the exchange of rings and oh my god, I'm so happy for the couple. May their home be blessed. My phone was very low at this point, but I have to capture this beautiful moment. My aunt helped me in sharing the cake. It became such a great vibe, and even I myself, I danced my heart out. I won't lie, I enjoyed every part of this wedding. If you watched to this extent, thank you very much. cut more precise, because dry skin can cause damage. You can cut your client. So this is to soften it. Don't cut dry. It's not recommended. And let it rest a little while we do the other hand. We go down to the corner of the nail. Then we go slowly on one side only. Since we're in reverse, we're only going to do it on the right side. If you see that it doesn't reach the sac, it doesn't reach. Because the tip is so thick, only the little teeth is the only thing that can enter. So, of course, since you're rubbing, you can't leave it still on the skin for too long because you can burn it. So, by tapping, you go over it and the sac in the hypomedium opens up little by little until it lets you in. And now we're going to turn it right side out to do the other side. And now, yes, here too, from the left side all the way down. So, I don't know if you can see that I'm making little circles with the tip. This is how I intend to go over it again without hurting or burning it. I'm just removing the dead skin, dryness that may have developed over time, and that's it. And with that, I can start applying my remover. I'm going to push with the same pusher that I used before, and I'm going to start removing the excess dead skin and cuticle remover. Here we can see how all the product and dead skin are still coming off. And then with the flat part of my pusher, I'm going to start sweeping the space with little pressure. From here from the corner down, I'm cleaning little by little and everything that we filed off comes off. Very carefully so as not to hurt the skin. Not too much pressure either. As I softened it for a little while, that comes off on its own. Here we can see how slowly pieces of gel that were left behind are also coming off. It's okay. We're removing them. Here we are going to cut. And I am going to use 5mm pliers. This is the one that works for me and fits me. So this is the one we are going to use. And I am not cutting from the bottom because, one, there is no need, and two, it can cause it to grow bigger or drier and there is no need. So we are going to cut the edge. That is why it is very important to start with yourself to see how far you can go with the cut. You do not want to go around cutting the client. Here, for example, there are small pieces on the side. So I open it up a little with pressure on my finger. I am also going to remove that with a file, so it is not a problem. But if the piece of skin is a little big, can you see it? Maybe you can't see it. So with the pliers I push back and pick up the small pieces that are stored. They are clearly trying to make it super clean. This is already aesthetic. I mean, it doesn't mean that the product won't adhere, but it is aesthetic that everything looks super nice and clean. Here we are cutting slowly. How far am I going to go? You will learn that as time goes on. That's why we have to start with ourselves, because we don't want accidents. Here, for example, there is already a lot of dead skin, so we are going to cut a small piece here. Not too deep. And now we start with our cuticles. I think it is very important that you ask if there are any health issues, diabetes, or whatever, to be even more considerate of your clients so that there are no accidents where they end up calling the ambulance. That would be very, very dramatic. There is no need. Obviously, as you are learning, you can go back with other tools if you don't feel comfortable with the effect, if it turned out well. When we are learning, it is okay to go back and forth with tools. I mean, it is absolutely fine. If they are judging you, well, let them wait. No problem. For example, I'm going to go over it again. Sometimes it can be a little uncomfortable to rest the tools on that area. It's a very sensitive area, so it's better to be careful. The skin looks a little more transparent in this area, like it's been soaked. So, obviously, we already know what skin looks like when it's been hydrated for a long time. And that's precisely why we have to cut slowly here. That's why starting with you is key to see how far you can cut. It also depends on your client. If her hand is very wet and the skin dries out more, the cuticle can be made a little thicker, but it's better to start with a thin cut and then work backwards. For example, there was a little bit left there, so I pushed with my pliers and pulled a little piece like this. nails and they are more concave to the skin. We have to measure and not let it come off the nail. So here it is reaching its flush. Perfect. And with these we are going to start applying. So here I've measured it. I like how it looks. We're going to separate it and on the other finger it's clearly the same. Sometimes it's not the case, but here it's going to look great. So let's measure it. Ideally, these nails should fit from side to side. Perfect. So, for example, here it's a little small. We have three spaces and that's not what we're looking for. So this one in particular here is going to fit perfectly. If we look from side to side, but we can get one that fits even better. Here it fits better. It fits from side to side perfectly.
Oh,
The 8 should be here in the middle and by a little bit.
thank you, Coco.
Here it's too big.
Oh, thank you,
I don't know
Papa.
if you can see here that it separates too much and I don't want it to touch my skin. I want this nail to sit on just the nail. So, if it's a little separated, I'll press it here a little and it will fit perfectly. Now I'm not going to stick it near the cuticle. I'm not going to touch the skin. It's exactly like 1 millimeter below the cuticle. There you can see it. Perfect. I'm going to show you how you shouldn't see it. Here, for example, you can touch the skin. Here is the nail. I mean, it's transparent, but I can still see that it's on top of the skin and that's not what I'm looking for. What I want is for it to just sit on the nail. So, here it is from side to side. Perfect. And it's not touching the nail anymore. I still have free space here. So, this is the ideal size. What can happen if it sticks to the skin or whatever? As the nail grows, air can get in and water can get in, creating humidity, and it can cause what are known as greening, which makes the nail green and we don't want that. So, the gel should be well encapsulated in contact with the natural nail. Ideally, since you're going to be bringing your client in and she's coming back about once a month, write down the numbers in a little notebook that says so and so, and her numbers are from pinky to thumb. We're going to turn it on. Here I have an individual lamp. We're going to place it in front of us. And what I'm going to do is apply our glue directly onto the nail. You can use your little brush from the bottle. You can use an individual brush. This is if you learn how to handle your product. You get used to it. But for now, this is so you can see how far it goes, so it doesn't spread everywhere. I don't know if you can see here that I'm leaving about 1 millimeter of space between the natural nail and the skin. And then, without curing, I'm going to apply my product to the tip. It doesn't have to have a lot of excess gel. In fact, the ideal is to have enough so that it spreads. How am I doing it here? I'm tilting it at 45 grams to have better visibility and so that it doesn't stick super close to the skin. But just there. And I shouldn't apply too much pressure. The gel should only reach the tip. And then, once I've placed it, I'm stopping it. Perfect. I'm going to place my lamp and it's going to cure. So, that's our thin layer of gel without curing. I remove the excess powder and I'm going to apply a layer of gel. Not too thick. I don't need any excess or spillage on the sides of the nail. And so here, since the nail is already very small and my nail is a little wider, I'm going to press down a little bit and place about 1 millimeter of separation. I'm going to lower it slowly. I'm not applying pressure. There's nothing. The gel is settling in and we'll stop it like this. This doesn't take long, so 5 seconds and that's it. Here we have this excess gel that came out a little. It's okay. We're going to remove it with the drill. So, once we've finished applying them, we put them under the lamp. Once they're applied, we cure them under an individual lamp, a large lamp. I'm going to use the same file that I used especially with her. I'm going to file the tip just to remove the little piece that almost all the tips have, just to make it smooth. On all of them, you can see the tip a little more pronounced. I'm removing it. Let's remove these excesses with the drill. They fall off super easily because they are in contact with the skin. And from our drill bit kit, we are going to 5 and forward straight. This is so that there are no edges here. I don't want this edge. Here I want to eliminate this little step that is made from the tip of the natural nail. So, very slowly, I am going to file close to the nail, and I am going to remove the edge. Basically, we are going to blend the tip with the natural nail. And we are going to verify that the natural nail is fused with the tip. So, here, for example, we have a little bit of gel spillage. So we are also going to do it slowly with the same. And here you can see that it spilled a little. So I open it, apply a little pressure, and I am going to remove it. And we're going to blend it slowly so that there are no edges, no little steps that are going to make the gel that we're going to apply look ugly or shifty. There's a bigger piece of gel here. So we're going to start blending from this side first. Perfect. And here we're going to remove the excess gel. Slowly. There's no need to touch the tip or anything. I'm just removing the excess that spilled over. Now I'm going to grab a little brush, whichever one you have. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work anymore. Whatever. The point is that I'm going to grab a little bit of acetone and I'm going to apply it right on the cuticle. Why? This is the product that's used to remove these nails, so it's going to blend it even more. We're basically melting that part and it's going to be even more uniform. So, I don't need to spread it all over the nail, just on the cuticle area. We've already blended it with acetone. Everything's done. Let's grab our square buffer. This one is going to be soft. And all I'm going to do is just shine our tip. We're going to remove all the shine. This is to have better adhesion of the design and color. So, now that it's all okay, let's move on to the other one.
Winnie, Pooh.
The side.
Winnie, Pooh.
Clearly the products we're using are super high quality.
Winnie
So you don't
Pooh.
have to be nervous that the product is going to lift or that it's going to have less durability.
Winnie Pooh.
Everything is fully calculated. This step is very important before starting our design. Applying color or any decision that has been made. It's very important because this is what causes the Velcro package the product and gel again. Once we're done doing everything, we chose a black base because we're going to use a CHI&D product from the nail brand. You can find these products in all beauty lash stores. I'm going to apply them one by one so that the glue doesn't move the ones on the side. So, we start with one and cure it, and then we move on to the next finger and so on. Then, once it's applied, we're going to use our magnet and we're going to adjust it so that it looks the way I like it. And there we can see the very strong effect. You don't have to bring it too close. This is just like moving it. It has little pieces of metal, so to speak. So what the magnet is going to do is move them, and those are the ones that reflect. And that's how it looks. If you see, you can see all the colors. We cure it. We don't have to take too long there. It's just so that it doesn't move, and then we can move on to the next finger, and at the end, we put them all under a large lamp, and that's it. It's completely cured. Once the gel is applied, this was the color we chose. This is from the nail, and it's the shade FG Hi everybody, okay, speaking from nails. In this video, we are going to do ice queen nails because god damn it, it's cold outside. Not snowing yet. Hi everybody, okay, speaking from nails. I have a new hair, just in case you didn't know. Can anybody see me in Instagram post with me in the shower? Yeah. I feel like I feel here's how to get these cat eye ombre nails in 5 steps. Start off by applying 2 coats of your favorite base color and making sure it's cured in each one. We're creating that ombre, so grab 2 shades, making sure one is darker than the other. Grab the lightest out of the 2 of your sponge and begin gently tapping at the tip of the nail, working your way 2/3 down the nail. Now grab the darker shade, do the same thing, but this time we're only going about 1/3 down the nail. Don't forget to use gentle patting motion and work out all the corner edges, and it should look something just like this. So let's go ahead and cure. Then we're going in with a magnetic gel polish with small particles so that by the time we're done, everything looks like glass. Let's wrap things up by applying the glossy top gel and here with the nail design. Here's how to get these cat eye ombre nails in 5 steps. Start off by applying 2 coats of your favorite base color and making sure it's cured in each one. We're creating that ombre, so grab 2 shades, making sure one is darker than the other. Grab the lightest.
The two major players in World War III are the United States and Russia. And right now, they're fighting a proxy war in the Middle Israel and Iran, where the United States obviously supports Israel, Russia supports Iran. And what's going to happen is that this war in the Middle East is going to spread out and it will engulf the entire world. Okay? So what I want to do today is look at the individual players, USA, Israel, Iran, and Russia. Explain to you who they are and how they will play this game. And once we understand their strategy, then it's going to be pretty easy for us to make certain predictions about how they will behave. So that's the first thing that I want to point out. The other thing that I'll point out is that there's a lot of people who believe that peace can be achieved, that this war is a temporary thing, and that once Donald Trump leaves office, once the United States divorces Israel, then peace will come to the world. And that's not true. Because on one hand, what's driving this World War III is a conflict between these four nations. But on the other hand, the other force that's driving this conflict is the internal tension within these countries. So before, we looked at the idea of elite wealth production. And so the idea is that
what would they do without you? The Cat Guardian Service from Cat Protection makes sure your cat will have someone to love and care for them when you're gone. You can register with Cat Guardians for free today. It's good to know what they'd do without you. What would they do without you? The Cat Guardian Service from Cat Protection makes sure your cat will have someone to love and care for them when you're gone. You can register with Cat Guardians for free today. It's good to know what they'd do without you. Click below to find out more. What would they do without you? The Cat Guardian
point. As a quantum physicist, I can tell you they turned Kundalini and chakras into home on purpose, so you'll never learn how it actually works. And I'll prove it in the next 50 seconds.
Hey, Dad, can you explain the chakras in a way that I can understand?
Of course, Hugo, I would be honored.
All right. First of all, what is a chakra?
Think of it like your body's energy system. When they're blocked, you feel stressed, anxious, or stuck.
Dad, English, please.
So when your chakras are balanced, you feel in control. And here's the part nobody tells you. You need to raise your Kundalini if you want to unblock your chakras.
I think I have a blockage in every chakra, Dad. Every chakra, Dad.
Mostly. But when Kundalini rises, it resets your.
अब सभी को पसंद आने वाला आलू गोश्त जो हर घर में बनता है और हर कोई इसे अलग अलग तरीके से बनाता है। तो आज हम बनाएंगे आलू गोश्त का बहुत ही टेस्टी सालन या बहुत ही टेस्टी ग्रेवी। इस आलू गोश्त के सालन को बनाने के लिए हम लेंगे 1 किलो गोश्त। मटन को मैंने धोकर स्ट्रेनर पर रख लिया है ताकि इसका एक्स्ट्रा पानी निकल जाए। इसी तरह से हम 3 से 4 आलू ले लेंगे, इसे इस तरह से 2 टुकड़ों में काट लेंगे और पानी में रखते हैं ताकि ये आलू काले ना पड़े। अब हमें लेना है 1 कप तेल। तेल में डालेंगे 3 मीडियम साइज की प्याज, पतले स्लाइसेस में काटकर डालते हैं और इसे फ्राई कर लेते हैं। अच्छा सा प्याज पर गोल्डन कलर आ जाने के बाद हम ये प्याज का सारा तेल ड्रेन करके प्याज को निकाल लेंगे। प्याज को निकालने के बाद इसे ठंडा करेंगे और फिर हम इसमें खड़े मसालों में डालेंगे 6 हरी इलायची, 6 से 7 लौंग, 1 जावित्री का टुकड़ा और 1 छोटा टुकड़ा है जायफल का। ये खड़े मसालों को डालकर हमें प्याज के साथ पीस लेना है। ये मसाला तैयार हो गया है। अब इसी तेल में जिसमें हमने प्याज फ्राई की हुई है, इसमें हमें डालना है 2 काली बड़ी इलायची, 2 दालचीनी का टुकड़ा, 1 तेज पत्ता और आधा चम्मच काली मिर्च। ये खड़े मसालों को गरम तेल में डालकर चटक जाने देते हैं। फिर इसमें हम डाल लेंगे मटन। मटन के साथ ही हम डालेंगे 1 बड़ा चम्मच अदरक लहसुन का पेस्ट। अब फ्लेम को हाई करेंगे और हाई फ्लेम पर हम मटन को अदरक लहसुन के पेस्ट के साथ चलाते हुए पकाते हैं। इतना इसकी भुनाई करेंगे कि सारा तेल सेपरेट होने लगे और मटन का पानी भी सूख जाए। फिर हमें इसमें डालना है 1 चम्मच कश्मीरी लाल मिर्चों का पाउडर, 1 चम्मच तीखी वाली लाल मिर्च का पाउडर, आधा चम्मच डालेंगे हल्दी का पाउडर, धनिया का पाउडर डाल देते हैं 2 चम्मच। फिर से पाउडर मसालों के साथ हमें मटन की भुनाई कर लेना है। पाउडर मसालों का कच्चापन जाने के बाद हमें फ्लेम को बंद कर This place is a true piece of art. देना है। Can't go. Don't collect it. नहीं, या आप फ्लेम को 2 कर दीजिए क्योंकि हम यहाँ पर दही डालेंगे। ये 1 कप फेटा हुआ दही है। दही लो फ्लेम पर डालने से फटता नहीं है। नमक डाल देते हैं अपने टेस्ट के हिसाब से। दही डालने के बाद पहले इसे मटन के साथ मिक्स करेंगे और फिर मीडियम फ्लेम पर लाकर मटन की भुनाई हमें दही के साथ कर लेना है ताकि दही का भी कच्चापन चला जाए। दही का जैसे ही कच्चापन जाने लगेगा, रोगन फिर से अलग हो जाएगा। अब पानी हम डाल देंगे इसमें 2 कप के करीब। पानी इतना डालना है जिसमें मटन अच्छी तरह से पककर नरम हो जाए। पानी डालकर सभी चीजों को मिक्स करना है, ढक्कन लगा देना है और 40 से 45 मिनट के लिए हम मटन को ढक कर पकाएंगे। मटन को ज्यादा नहीं पकाएंगे, हम इसे 90% तक पकाएंगे। ढक्कन हटा लेते हैं। मटन में थोड़ी सी कसर रह गई है। अब हम इसमें ये मसाले वाली तली हुई प्याज डाल देते हैं। प्याज डालकर इसे अच्छी तरह से मटन के साथ मिक्स कर लेंगे। अब जितना पतला हमें सालन बना
I came from a so-called civilization that is identical to abject primitivity. I came from a so-called civilization that's what you would expect from. I came from a so-called civilization that is identical to abject primitivity. I came from a so-called civilization that's what you would expect from people who were raised by wolves. It's like your culture was dropped on its head as a baby. You know, the brain of this so-called civilization has a deformed amygdala. The prefrontal cortex of the Western mind is missing, like a psychopath. We're like the moronic bully in school who pushes people around as a kid. Never paid attention. I came from a so-called civilization that is identical to abject primitivity. I came from a so-called civilization that's what you would expect from. I came from a so-called identical to abject primitivity. I came from a so-called civilization that's what you would expect from people who were raised by wolves. It's like if the culture was dropped on its head as a baby. You know, the brain of this so-called civilization has a deformed amygdala. The prefrontal cortex of the Western mind is like a psychopath. We're like the moronic bully in school who pushes people around as a kid, never pays attention, never learns, never studies, and never changes. So that everyone that he bullies, eventually surpasses him in adulthood in every conceivable way, in maturity, in skill, intelligence, in career, in health, in relationships, in everything, while he remains a stunted man child who nobody can stand. No one wants to be around. Well, that's the West.
You got this thing in your mind that reggae and dancehall fit up
need them, they disappear like fucking ghosts. Make them earn your niceness. Make them earn your trust. Make them beg for your fucking attention. If they aren't adding value, if they aren't matching your energy, then what the fuck are we playing nice for? I am not saying go out there and be a disrespectful menace, but stop overgiving, stop overcaring, and stop bleeding yourself dry for motherfuckers who simply do not deserve it. You train people how to treat you. Stop handing out VIP access to parasites. If you are absolutely done with pathetic people leeching your energy, hit that follow button right now. Your era of being a fucking doormat is finally over. This is why I love you. Ooh, this is why I love you. Because you, oh, you know we are supposed to lose. If I take a fire, how much I photo? I was told I would reach my hand. If the color, look at that sweet fucking girl you wanna. I was told, oh, you know. This is why I love you. The bitch. Serious ice for bitch. Serious nice for what? Being a nice one just gets you played. It gets you drained. It gets you misused. The bitch. Serious nice for what? Being a nice one just gets you played. It gets you drained. It gets you misused and completely fucking abused by people who do not care about you. They will smile in your face. Bitch. Serious nice for what? Being a nice one just gets you played. It gets you drained. It gets you misused and completely fucking abused by people who do not care about you. They will smile in your face. They will take your time. They will drain your resources. And the second you need them, they disappear like fucking ghosts. Make them earn your niceness. Make them earn your trust. Make them beg for your fucking attention. If they aren't adding value, if they aren't matching your energy, then what the fuck are we playing nice for? I'm not saying go out and be a disrespectful menace, but stop overgiving, stop overcaring, and stop bleeding yourself dry for motherfuckers who simply do not deserve it. You train people how to treat you. Stop handing out VIP access to parasites. If you are absolutely done with pathetic people leeching your energy, hit that follow button right now. Your era of being a fucking doormat is finally over. December 5th, 2023. Elizabeth Medina, a talented cheerleader and a beloved teenager from Edison. think it's a coincidence that the mayor of New York is an East Indian, and the director of the FBI is an East Indian, and the wife of the current vice president is an East Indian, and the last vice president was an East Indian? Or you've never seen that many East Indians ever in American history occupy positions of influence and authority like you see in those four offices. You've never seen this before. And what I believe, Art, is that the white power structure is recruiting the East Indian immigrant. 19th century, 18th century colonialists. We are out to take everything that you have. We will slaughter you like we've done in the past. To say that, look, we don't care about human rights. The New York Times, the Guardian, the Independent, all of those fake supporters of human rights, those leftists or those on the right, whatever, they should at least have the decency to say that, look, we are 19th century, 18th century colonialists. We are out to take everything that you have. We will slaughter you like we've done in the past. To say that, look, we don't care about human rights. The New York Times, the Guardian, the Independent, all of those fake supporters of human rights, those leftists or those on the right, whatever, they should at least have the decency to say that, look, we are 19th century. Say that, look, we don't care about human rights. The New York Times, the Guardian, the Independent, all of those fake supporters of human rights, those leftists or those on the right, whatever, they should at least have the decency to say that, look, we are 19th century, 18th century colonialists. We are out to take everything that you have. We will slaughter you like we've done in the past. To say that, look, we don't care about human rights. The New York Times, the Guardian, in order for you and me to devise some kind of method or strategy to offset some of the events or a repetition of the events that have taken place here in Los Angeles recently, we have to go to the root. We have to go to the cause. Dealing with the condition itself is not enough. And it is because of our effort toward getting straight be around each other. No, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate? You should ask yourself, who taught you to hate being what God gave you? And I, for one, as a Muslim, believe that the white man is intelligent enough. If he would made you realize how black people really feel and how fed up we are without that old compromising sweet talk. Stop sweet talking. Tell him how you feel. Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house. Should catch on fire and burn it out.
Other red light panels are bulky, overpriced, and take up half. One thing for sure, you just can't go wrong with chicken and rice, especially when it's all made in one pot. So for part 3 of my one pan series, we're making this Cajun chicken and rice. It's easy, full of flavor, and perfect if you're looking for something simple to make during the week. Plus, it takes less than 30 minutes to throw this together. To start, you're going to season your clean, boneless, skinless chicken thighs with all the spices that I'll have listed below in the caption. Now add a generous amount of olive oil and get this into a hot skillet just so you can get a good sear on both sides, making sure you don't cook it all the way through because it's going to cook later. Remove your thighs and add in your onions, bell peppers, and celery with some seasoning. Let that saute for a few minutes and add in the diced tomatoes, and once softened, you're going to add in your tomato paste and let that caramelize. Add in the garlic and let it cook for about 30 seconds before adding in your rice and letting it toast for a few minutes. Cover this with chicken broth and season with adobo, a pinch of cayenne, some bay leaves, and fresh thyme. Once this comes to a boil, add the chicken back in, close the lid, and let this simmer for about 30 minutes. Full recipe in the caption, enjoy.
No, there's no new development in the negotiations, and I have no doubt that Pakistan did not make any requests to Americans. It was a failed operation, and Trump was told by the military, I'm sure, that this is not going to work. And after less than 48 hours, he disclaimed that the Pakistanis requested halt the operations because for the sake of the progress of the negotiating team. The report by Axios is completely false, and it was, I think, both to help justify the U.S. retreat on the administrative foremost, but also a good way for some of Trump's cronies and Witkoff's cronies, and Witkoff himself most probably, and Trump's family himself as well, to make a lot of money through this false thing, because we saw the price of oil go down very rapidly, and the stock market rise dramatically as a result of this fake news. So this was just another failure, just like the siege was a failure. We all recall that when they began the siege on Iran, Trump said, they were saying that Iran will collapse, Iran will be brought to its knees. Well, if it was succeeding, then why did they carry out this operation that after 2 days failed? The siege was failing too, because what they
are doing is that they are destroying the global economy more than anything else. So the 12-day war was a failure. The 39-day Ramadan war was a failure. The siege was a failure. This operation is a failure, was a failure, and I'm sure that any aggression that is being planned for the coming days and weeks, that will fail too.
Why? She only speaks Spanish. Why not? Because apparently you have a problem with me speaking Spanish. So I am not going to speak Spanish for you. If it was such a problem, you wouldn't need me. So figure it out. On the line, whatever you got to do. But don't count on me anymore to speak Spanish when you have a Spanish client. But I really need to make an appointment with this person. That's your problem, not mine. Should have kept your mouth shut. Well, why? She only speaks Spanish. Why not? Because apparently you have a problem with me speaking Spanish. So I am not going to speak Spanish for you. If it was such a problem, you wouldn't need me. So figure it out. On the line.
The Emirates, by carrying out some
Serious hair, huh? Looks just like the hair on our heads today. If anybody tries to tell you that Egypt is a white
You're one black man who went to a good, essentially white high school in the city of New York. And you obviously have had a good education. That's a good many of the people who work with you here in SNCC who say the same thing. And we're saying that, and you're a black man who came from a New York ghetto. And we're saying that there's a system that allows for one or two black people to get out. And that's the rationale for keeping other black people down. And it has nothing to do with the unwillingness or inability of the Negro to help himself and to work hard. That's the rationale. That the reason why black people aren't this is because they're lazy, unambitious, stupid, have rhythm, and they eat watermelon. You call on the black man to refuse to respond to his draft call. That's correct. And we will continue to do so while there's breath in our bodies. Do you really believe that the military policies of the United States are designed to exterminate the black man, as you said? I most certainly do. I looked at the recent statement by racist McNamara, who says that 30% of the people that are going to be drafted now under his new system are going to be black people. And that's nothing more than black brother people. It's quite so right, it's a long time, never mind. Once again, about it. I think that there's a reason why these subsequently won't have. I certainly feel that if there's any interest in black people, and since black people charted a course, we believe in that program, they will continue to give to it. They need more white people to civilize whites. They need them to civilize the savages in Sicily, who throw rocks and bring a peaceful and lovable black man like Dr. Martin Luther King, who would not even hurt a fly. That's very important. So now our focus, it's comfortable, it's affordable, it's comfortable, marriage plus. And our fathers and our older brothers died in World War I, fighting Nazism to protect the Poles. And those same Poles turn around and throw rocks and bricks at us after we died to save their lives. And people talk about we are savages. Mr. Carmichael, if you have the chance to stand up in front of the white community and say anything you desire, say, don't understand me, white man. What would you say? I would say, understand yourself, white man. That the white man's burden should not have been preached in Africa, but it should have been preached among you. That you need now to civilize yourself. You have moved to destroy and disrupt. You have taken people away. You have broken down their systems. You're one black man.
I'm asking, is that what your grandmother fought for at Selma? For police killing? Black Americans are 12% of the population of the United States of America, but 26% of those who get murdered by the police. And that ratio is stable. It's completely stable for the entire decade for which we have data. You understand? It doesn't move when the White House changes hands. And in 99% of the cases, no officer is charged. I'm asking, is that what your grandmother fought for at Selma? For police killing? Black Americans are 12% of the population of the United States of America, but 26% of those who get murdered by the police. And that ratio is stable. It's completely stable
comment, a fake smile, a shift in somebody's tone, fake body language. I see all of it without even trying. And that shit low-key mess with your head sometimes. I don't know, man. I feel like being too aware of everything is generally.
Well, according to multiple reports, officials have allegedly been briefing pastors behind closed doors, warning them to prepare their flock, prepare their congregations for what could soon be a major public disclosure involving, they're calling them interdimensional beings.
I had a friend that sent me a text message. I was in a meeting, a weekend meeting, preaching Friday, Saturday, and Sunday morning. And he said, Perry, can you give me a call? I have some information that has come to my attention. Of course, when a friend of yours does that you know quite well, you have no idea what information to talk about. And I'm not going to go into great detail, but there were a large number of pastors that had been invited to go to a certain state to hear some men in the United States government and others share with them a concern that they had. And this particular man, and I'll not name him, and then we may end up doing some teachings with him or have an event at his church. He has a great church. But he said, Perry, what they're about to release, from what we're hearing, is going to be a release concerning aliens and concerning unidentified flying object spacecraft, that some of the people who were in the meeting were telling us as pastors, you need to prepare your people and you need to get ready to answer them for what you're about to hear being released. And some of it has to do with crafts. That have been that are not allegedly a part of our planet, and the materials they're made of are not a part of our planet. Very strange reptilian creatures and other things that almost sound like something out of a sci-fi movie or an Orson Welles book.
Okay, so pastors gathered together by the government and others to say, hey, we're going to reveal reptile people, and you should probably tell your congregations about this. I'm pretty skeptical, but this is Alan Didio, I guess is his name. I don't know if that's his real name. That means Alan of God in Italian. But he says the news is true. I was brought into a private meeting with other pastors, phones off, no recordings. We were warned. Disclosure is coming, and many will be unprepared for what follows. Pastors must begin preparing their people now. And I guess this follows Kash Patel going on Sean Hannity's podcast, and now all these big news people, by the way, are doing these kind of what looks like more casual podcasts. I guess they're trying to compete. But anyway, he goes on Sean Hannity's podcast,
I came from
and he confirms that UFO files are being prepared for release.
The idea that there would be life on other planets that is what you would expect from people not at all. I'm shocked or surprised.
It's like your culture was dropped on its head as a baby.
We're looking at it. Here's the thing.
Okay, I want all the details.
There's nice for what?
Here's the thing, Fred.
Being a nice one just gets you played, it gets you trained.
Look at that, get the American people the information. What did he do?
It gets you
He
misused
stood up,
and completely
ordinary
fucking
process
abused by
with
people
Department of
who do
War,
not care about you. They will smile in your face. They will take your time.
to everything that you're talking
First they
about.
go
Not just from the FBI, from the IC, and everywhere else. So what do? We already delivered our first tranche of information.
Which was always the number one culture.
This place is a true piece of art.
To that they're going to be publicly releasing this information. We are all for it. There's nothing in this subject that we're talking about that we don't want released. We our job at the FBI is to work with the White House, the DOW, give them the information, and then they're going to put that out in a methodical process. And you're going to start seeing those releases literally happening in the very near future. Just like the Epstein files, right? What exactly are in these files? They're saying they're going to release everything. They're going to tell us everything. This is finally the most transparent administration in the history of administration, giving the people what they promised. So now they're saying they're going to talk about, they're basically going to tell us about aliens. And you have to ask, what is the motivation of this? Why would the Trump administration suddenly want to reveal aliens to us? What would be the motive? Is it to be that transparent populist government finally saying we're giving the people what we want? Is it to have a legacy being the president who finally disclosed alien beings? Would it be to build up the military industrial complex, to buy loads and loads of weapons for Trump created Space Force? Remember, he created that in his first term. So is this to beef up Space Force, beef up the military industrial complex? Is this to distract us from all of the other bullshit going on, right? Like, oh, you're upset about a war in Iran and high gas prices, but guess what? Aliens! Well, if you watch my show, you already know I don't buy the official story at face value. Whether it's economic policy, foreign wars, or media narratives, I've often seen how the public is told one thing while something very different is actually happening. Who's able to see me? So I only want government officials to see me and have witness of me. And that way, when your government feels ready, then the government will tell you about me. And would that alien say, and only the United States government? I mean, that's where this all becomes a little bit too far-fetched, is when it's, okay, it's just the U.S. government that has this information, and they're now the ones revealing it. We have like 180 some odd countries in the world, but only the United States government has this secret information that the U.S. government is going to reveal, and only government officials have seen aliens. I mean, yes, there are people that say, I've seen aliens, I've been abducted by aliens, right, but there's not very many. I would think that if there was a lot of interdimensional beings living amongst us, we would have seen them. And it would have been so impossible to deny. I mean, it would get to that point where it'd be so impossible to deny that is finally when the government says, yeah, okay, so obviously there's aliens. I mean, they get us to deny all kinds of things, like a genocide of children in Gaza, and we're watching it, and they're still trying to tell us, nope, that's not real. So suddenly they want you to believe something you haven't seen. They want you to not believe things you've seen, and they want you to believe things you haven't. It's tougher again, and you have to ask, what is their agenda? So let's get back to Pastor Alan DiDio, whether or not that's his real name. If it is his real name, it's like one of those things where people with certain names suddenly, they kind of go in certain paths, like Alan of God becomes a pastor. Here he is talking more about this secret meeting.
We need to get this in front of every believer, every Christian that we possibly can. This year, there is coming a massive disclosure. The truth, as the government knows it, about UFOs and UAPs is going to be disclosed to the population. The Trump administration is going to attempt to make history in an historic announcement where they're going to say that these non-terrestrial, interdimensional beings are real, and that we do have unexplained phenomenon among us. This is going to be huge. Many so-called Christians are going to be taken captive by it. We have got to speak on this first. They need to hear it from us first. They need to hear from us what the Bible has to say about it. This is an urgent call. Every pastor and church leader, including the ones who mocked me when I released this book and said I've gone off the deep end. Of course, they didn't read the book. They didn't know what I said about it. It's time for every single pastor to teach on this. What does the Bible say about non-human entities?
Okay, hold up. So the Bible says they're demons. I mean, that's the book that he held up. He's like, oh, demons, right? It's about aliens or demons. So, this isn't good. So let's just let's kicks and giggles. Let's say the government really does have a lot of evidence of lizard people. And they're going to now release all of this evidence of these lizard people to all of us. Why would they then call up the pastors first? I figured it out. So you could think, well, because there would be massive uprising, people would suddenly become disbelievers. Okay, so what? That doesn't hurt the government. That hurts the churches. Who cares if the churches are hurt? Plenty of churches get hurt. They lose people all the time. What does the government care about that? The government wouldn't really care about that, right? Unless the government wants these alien people who, if they've been amongst us, by the way, since, the 50s, that's when people really started seeing them. I think the theory is the aliens started coming around when we started dropping nukes. And they said, whoa, they're going to blow themselves up, and they're going to blow up like portals of the universe, and so we got to stop them. That's kind of one of the theories, right? So the aliens show up around the time we're dropping nukes. And they've been around us all of this time, like 80 years, 70 years. And they have caused us no problems and no harm. So peaceful. Unless you don't want them to be peaceful because you want to rise up a massive, beyond any scale we've ever seen, military-industrial complex. You want to rally the world together and get all of these countries in the world to pool their money together to develop the biggest military arsenal ever, which would obviously be controlled by the United States of America, right? Keeping the U.S. in power. How is the U.S. going to be in power? The dollar's dying, BRICS is being formed. Well, if you can make NATO, who cares about NATO? NATO is small potatoes. Worldwide NATO. Forget North Atlantic. We're going to make it worldwide. We're going to call it WATO. And it's going to be massive, and every country is going to be required to pour a certain percentage of their GDP into this, and of course it'll all go into the coffers of the United States. We'll develop all of the weaponry, but don't worry, you'll be safe from these alien lizard web agencies. Are you missing a key part of your service? Most websites today still have GDPR issues with cookies, tracking, and consent. It's more complex than it looks. And that's where I can help people. Now, how are you going to get the world to go along with that? Well, if you could convince these pastors that the demons have arrived, demons are here, these lizard people, because now what are you going to say to your congregation? You're not going to say to them, well, you know what, just like with the Greeks and the Romans, they had to give up their gods, just like the pagans had to give up their many gods, and many religions kind of went into this one God, a monotheistic way of thinking. Well, you all are going to have to, rather than, maybe your religion has just kind of reached its end, 2,000 years, people believing this one thing for many hundreds of maybe thousands of years, people believe something else, and now people are going to move on and probably start worshiping lizards in the sky. Rather than that naturally happening, which is probably what would naturally happen, instead, which also is part of history, the new belief, or the new revelation, or the new, this revelation really of this other thing, people, or this belief, has actually historically caused a lot of fighting. So when one religion was kind of moving out, another religion and way of thinking was coming in, there was a lot of fighting and a lot of death. And so, well, we're not to be any different, I suppose. Except this time, the way they're going to get people is they're going to say the demons are walking amongst us, we need to fight them. And then you've got these aliens who none of us have ever seen, that the government confirms they're here so that they can build up this massive arsenal, even though none of us have ever seen these demons. The government swears by it, and they've got now the AI tech to develop a bunch of evidence to show us lizard people walking amongst us, so that you just are frightened out of your mind, and they're saying they're interdimensional, so they're here, and you can't even see them. They might be in the room with you right now. So, how do you get people who would otherwise be like, whoa, aliens, finally, they're here, they're amongst us, we get confirmation, just like what we've been saying. And many of us are going to say, and they're clearly not harmful because none of us have been harmed. And if anything, they're here to help us because they've been stopping us from nuking each other and nuking the entire planet. And instead, they're going to twist that into, oh, no, these are demons, and now we need to get the entire, how many billions of people are Christian? How many Christians in the world? Let's just look this up real quick. So 2.5 billion Christians. So they're going to get the 2.5 billion Christians to rise up and say, whoa, demons. We got to arm up. Build those weapons. Make those laser weapons. Remember they were testing those laser weapons down in Mexico? Get those laser weapons going. Whatever weapon they developed that created the Havana syndrome on all the people that were being infected in U.S. embassies around the world, yeah, we need that weapon. Make more of it in order to fight demons. So I think that's the end game here. I mean, I think what they're doing by bringing these pastors into a secret meeting is, I think that they're trying to rise up the many people to go up against the aliens. And I think that this is why Donald Trump has been so riled up against the Pope. I mean, the Pope is a man of peace. The Pope is saying no war. And what has the Trump administration been saying? They're not saying, well, Iran is evil, and so we have to go after Iran. No, that's not exactly what they've been saying, if you've been listening carefully. What they've been saying is some wars are justified. There are just wars. They're not specifying which war they're calling a just war. They're just saying there are just wars. So they're going after the Pope saying there's these just wars. Well, why would they? Be doing that
For 100 years.
You know, we thought they were talking about Iran. Maybe they're actually talking about the demons that are coming to Earth, that they want to really strong arm a bunch of countries into giving them a ton of money and creating a new NATO to keep the United States in power. Because that's the other way. I mean, another way that you can really keep the dollar strong is say, okay, screw the oil. It's about the weapons. And everybody's going to need to pitch in with dollars for these weapons. Maybe that's the end game. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what is their motivation, and this is the one I've come up with. I mean, maybe you could come up with a better one, but that is what I'm thinking. You know, that's where this line of reasoning is leading me. Let's go ahead and watch some more of these pastors talk about this secret meeting that they were pulled into.
Recently, my team and I were traveling, and we had an encounter with something that we've never experienced before. And now, when I talked about this just recently, many people in our comments feed and through our live broadcast began to ask us to bring it out and show you what we encountered. Now, what we encountered was 6 objects in the sky out in front of the aircraft. We were flying from Tennessee to Colorado Springs, and we began to see 6 objects right there in the sky. And we believe these are UAPs and UFOs. So when we saw this, we just thought to ourselves, my goodness, what in the world are we looking at? How do we grapple with this? It was a very interesting thing. Now, uniquely enough, we were just in a disclosure meeting 2 days before this, talking about UFOs, UAPs, all these things, and that there's going to come a great disclosure, even an announcement that we're not alone in the universe, we're not alone, and there's non-human intelligence that is absolutely happening all over, or in the highest offices of the land. They know about it, that kind of thing. And so when we heard this, I thought, my goodness, this is quite the disclosure meeting. And they were prepping us to be leaders in the space from a biblical perspective, to bring people to saving knowledge of Jesus and help the church avoid deception and not knowing what to do if they encounter these kind of things. So what we did is we received that information, we began to talk about it. The next day, the president puts out a post that says he has authorized the specific agencies involved to find the truth of the matter of aliens, UFOs, UAPs, and all these issues and bring them out to the public. The day after that, we were traveling. This would be February 20th, 2026. We're flying, and as we were flying, we began to see these 6 UFOs appear out in front of us. Now, I've talked to a lot of people about this, and I'm about to show you the footage. But I've talked to a lot of people about it, And some said, well, that's probably just drones over the nation. Others have said, and some of the ones I spoke with are actually some of the highest experts in the area of UFOs, UAPs, non-human intelligence, and the like. And when I spoke with them, they said, well, it could be drones, but it also really could be this other scenario that many people are talking about, and it could be part of this disclosure narrative that's coming forward. So I'll let you determine that. I'll let you use your discernment. We don't have a solid answer on it, but we do know we saw something that kept appearing in the sky as we were flying into Colorado Springs.
Okay. So, interesting that he talks about the crimes that were committed in order to cover up, so the crimes committed, so an investigation into the crime. So I'm thinking dead scientists in their attempt to retrieve, right, and that's what I actually speculated that these scientists were killed for was, I'm sure others speculated this as well, but it was they were all connected in this way, which
Monster Pringle
was with UFOs and potentially retrieval programs and extraction of tech. And that's where a lot of them seem to kind of converge, a lot of their different areas of expertise and knowledge and access. So if that kind of sounds like what he's alluding to, is that they were covering up these crimes in order to cover up this retrieval program that they were doing. And yes, okay, we've retrieved aliens, and so now we're going to have to tell everybody about all of this. Yeah, I'm super suspicious of this. I just think that our government doesn't do anything benevolently. They've lied to us about so much. And it's always about whatever their agenda is. So, of course, if they're coming out with a bunch of documents saying there's lizard people, they've got an agenda. What is their agenda? And the only agenda I could think of, I'm sure there's more than one agenda, but the main agenda is to make money and to continue U.S. hegemony. That would be their main agenda. Because it's also strange that it's just the U.S. government that's going to come out with this, as if aliens have only allowed themselves to crash and burn here in the United States. Nowhere else in the world have UFOs ever crashed. And some African tribesmen suddenly came across this incredible tech, and I don't know, maybe they have, and we created Wakanda down somewhere below ground, maybe. But it just seems really okay, you couldn't give us the Epstein files, but now you're going to suddenly tell us about aliens, interdimensional beings. You're gathering up these pastors. You've created Space Force. You're now wanting to dump a ton of money into it. I mean, come on now. So I think, let's just wait and see. What we're hearing is that in the next 60 to 90 days, we're going to see some incredible disclosure event, and I'm sure not only is it a money-making scheme and a military-industrial complex-making scheme, I'm sure it's also a big pharma scheme. They're going to get in on it. They're going to say, oh, we got it.
This was small intestine 17. Now we're going up to triple warmer stuff.
If you have curly ends on your lap,
Jamaicans will actually brag about having a bad temper. Other people... So I know I have a bit of a Jamaican. Marina, Jamaicans will actually...
I don't care what they think against 100 countries. You can't leave 3 little boys home alone and expect anybody, especially not me, to hold anybody responsible for any damage. You can't leave a 9-year-old home alone with an 8-year-old, just so that I know it's the 8-year-old that you claim to know what he was doing, or the 11-year-old.
It's the 8-year-old.
The 8-year-old, right. Well, somebody should have been supervising him.
If you are non-African, you can make jollof rice better than any African guy. If you are an African, you can make jollof rice and you
have a ceasefire. And Netanyahu undermined the ceasefire by carrying out huge airstrikes, carpet bombing across Lebanon, carpet bombing, killing hundreds of people within minutes, because this monster just wanted to wreck the ceasefire. And because of that, Iran said, well, if he's going to violate the ceasefire, which the Prime Minister of Pakistan acknowledged was a part of the ceasefire, then Iran is not going to allow the ships from these five countries that are considered to be hostile because they participated in the war against Iran, Kuwait, Bahrain, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. Iran was supposed to, in accordance with this ceasefire, to allow some of the ships to get through. Then the Iranians said, well, as long as Netanyahu is not going to abide by the ceasefire, we're not letting any of these ships leave. So it took 10 days to force Netanyahu to accept the ceasefire, even though he's still killing people in Lebanon, just as he does in Gaza, everything. He had a ceasefire, and Netanyahu undermined the ceasefire by carrying out huge airstrikes, carpet bombings across Lebanon, carpet bombings, killing hundreds of people within minutes. Because this monster just wanted to wreck the ceasefire. And because of that, Iran said, well, if he's going to violate the ceasefire, which the Prime Minister of Pakistan acknowledged was a part of the ceasefire, then Iran is not going to allow the ships from these five countries that are considered to be hostile because they participated in the war against Iran, Kuwait, Bahrain, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. Iran was supposed to, in accordance with this ceasefire, to allow some of the ships to get through. Then the Iranians said, well, as long as Netanyahu is not going to abide by the ceasefire, we're not letting any of these ships leave. So it took 10 days to force Netanyahu to accept the ceasefire, even though he's still killing people in Lebanon, just as he does in Gaza, everything. He had a ceasefire, and Netanyahu undermined the ceasefire by carrying out huge airstrikes, carpet bombings across Lebanon, carpet bombings, killing hundreds of people within minutes. Because this monster just wanted to wreck the ceasefire. And because of that, Iran said, well, if he's going to violate the ceasefire, which the Prime Minister of Pakistan acknowledged was a part of the ceasefire, then Iran is not going to allow the ships from these five countries that are considered to be hostile because they participated in the war against Iran, Kuwait, Bahrain, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. Iran was supposed to, in accordance with this ceasefire, to allow some of the ships to get through. Then the Iranians said, well, as long as Netanyahu is not going to abide by the ceasefire, we're not letting any of these ships leave. So it took 10 days to force Netanyahu to accept the ceasefire, even though he's still killing people in Lebanon, just as he does in Gaza, everything. He had a ceasefire, and Netanyahu undermined the ceasefire by carrying out huge airstrikes, carpet bombings across Lebanon, carpet bombings, killing hundreds of people within minutes. Because this monster just wanted to wreck the ceasefire. And because of that, Iran said, well, if he's going to violate the ceasefire, which the Prime Minister of Pakistan
who are talking about us on Twitter right now, completely unprovoked, is fucking insane. They talk about...
One thing about me is that I always want to go home. I'm going somewhere so that I can go home. The minute I get somewhere, I'm thinking, okay, when am I getting home? Like, I love home.
The 10-in-1 by T.
دوستان چینی ما هم اعتقاد دارن که ایران بعد از جنگ متفاوت از ایران قبل از جنگ هست و یک ارتقاء وضعیت بین‌المللی پیدا کرده، توانمندی‌های خودش رو و اقتدار خودش رو به اثبات رسونده. بنابراین دوره جدیدی از همکاری‌های بین ایران و کشورهای دیگه در پیش هست. این مسائل فعلی رو مرور کردیم، مسائل مربوط به جنگ و نحوه خاتمه جنگ، بحث مذاکراتی که جریان داره الان و مسائل مربوط به برنامه هسته ایران، برنامه صلح‌آمیز هسته ایران، بحث‌های مربوط به تحریم‌ها و همه مسائل فیلم ها. این بحث تنگ هرمز یکی از بحث‌های جدی ما بود و لزوم رعایت حقوق جمهوری اسلامی ایران و همه دیدگاهی که وجود داره بحث شد. دوستان چینی ما هم
Okay, I'm going in the house. I'm in the house boy. I'm going in
See how big and powerful I am? Okay? That's all it was. These weapon systems are designed to scare the crap out of you. They were designed to impress you. And as a result, they cost a lot of money. They don't do anything. Alright? So that's the entire American military. It costs a lot, and it doesn't really do anything. It's not resilient. It's not innovative. It's not open. Right? Also, the other thing I have to say this, okay? If you look at the military, it's corrupt. So this is really about corruption. So the Americans don't really care about winning a war. What they care about is spending as much money as possible because then they get a cut. Does that make sense? Right? And that's why the Americans are in a situation as they are. Let's continue. This is the vision where Persia is limited, and then all these. You see how?
My waist is 300. So this one case, those no actions. And even my fault.
There never was an action to begin with, David. I'm gonna throw you all. I'm gonna make it so easy for me, which is what I would have done anyway. I'm gonna throw you all out. Your claim, your counterclaim, because I told you before, don't speak out. The way that a woman like you, who is disabled, deals with a problem, is not taking a bat and going across the street to a neighbor's house. That's not something I would do. That's not something a normal person does. They interject themselves into a dispute that has zero to do with you. For somebody who was laying in bed all day because they weren't feeling well and they're disabled and they're 59 years old. Correct. Disabled people don't go across the street with a bat to get involved with an altercation that has nothing to do with you. Out. You're done. I'm done with you. Out. You can sit down.
So this one case, those no accident standing.
Did you know that if you add ground beef to mashed potatoes and mix well, place cheese in the center, shape it like I'm showing, and put it in the air fryer, you'll get Toshiba. Did you know that if you add ground beef to mashed potatoes,
You know the baby was called a house nigger. And that's what we call it to do, but we still got some house niggers running around here.
Talk about the gaslighting that's been going on about this war in Iran. Trump tells a group of children that if it weren't for his war in Iran, we'd all be blown to smithereens.
Remember we sent that beautiful B-2 bomber that blew up their nuclear potential? Maybe we wouldn't all be here right now. I can tell you the Middle East would have been gone, Israel would have been gone, and they would have trained their sights on Europe first. They're sick people. These are sick people.
Arguably, it takes a sick person and a terrible person to tell a group of children that if it weren't for your war and your B-2 bomber, that they would be blown to smithereens. Gaslighting children. I mean, this is the type of conversation that I think a lot of parents would be upset at if you went to a family gathering and Uncle Don here sits down and says, you know, little one, if it weren't for that war, you'd be blown to smithereens. Moms would come running around the corner saying, what are you trying to do? Give them nightmares? Grandpa Donnie here in the White House scaring these children. This is the attempt at gaslighting, starting with the youngest of our generations, is telling them, look, if it weren't for this war, which, by the way, when your parents were your age, we told them the same thing, that one day, soon, 2 weeks, in fact, Iran's going to get a nuclear weapon and blow them to smithereens. Well, it didn't work on them, and so now we're going to try it on you.
Register with Cat Guardians for free today. Click below to find out more.
Let's talk about the gaslighting that's been going on about this war in Iran. Trump.
What's going on, experience? In a room.
genetic tracking and things, how we do genetic tracking, the world found out that Europeans are between 1% and 3% Neanderthal genetically, and Africans are 0% Neanderthal. So in the 1990s, research papers started coming out talking about how creative and imaginative we grew up. If you called someone Neanderthal, that was an insult. So you realize that the most racist scientific community ever were 19th century anthropologists. They're the ones that set up the race and the this, and white male humans were at the top of the evolutionary ladder, and blacks and everybody else was lower, still evolving, closer to the apes. So watch what happens. In the 1990s, now that we do genetic tracking and things, how we do genetic tracking, we grew up. If you called someone Neanderthal, that was an insult. So you realize that the most racist scientific community ever were 19th century anthropologists. They're the ones that set up the race and the this, and white male humans were at the top of the evolutionary ladder, and blacks and everybody else was lower, still evolving, closer to the apes. So watch what happens. In the 1990s, now that we do genetic tracking and things, how we do genetic tracking, the world found out that Europeans are between 1% and 3% Neanderthal genetically, and Africans are 0% Neanderthal. So in the 1990s, research papers started coming out talking about how creative and imaginative we grew up. If you call someone
In the previous post, y'all say look up Leo the Bradshaw. Baby, when I say it's a thin line between love and hate, bitch, that's exactly what the fuck I mean. Y'all got to keep up with me with this one now. So at the top left, we got Leo the Bradshaw. She was a U.S. Navy petty officer. To the top right, we got Tashina Patterson. And at the bottom, we got Mr. Philip Caldwell, a very well-known Jamaican politician. So at some point, Leota and Philip was messing around or whatever, but Leota ain't know about Tashina. I really hope I'm saying her name right. I'm sorry if I'm not. When Leota found out about Tashina, this crazy motherfucker messaged this lady on the Book of Faces
house powder mine to contain asbestos back in 19...
Everyone, we have our amazing VIP patient here. She has facial feminization. We did a hair transplant. Frontal sinus setback, which is going to fall off and put it back. Cut the eyeball. Lifted the eyebrow. Rhinoplasty. Cheek lift. Buccal fat removal. Chin reduction. Jaw reduction. Tracheal shape. Lower face contour. Liposuction. Get ready. Everyone, we have our amazing VIP patient here. She has facial feminization. We did a hair transplant. Frontal sinus setback, which is going to fall off and put it back. Cut the eyeball. Lifted the eyebrow. Rhinoplasty. Cheek lift. Buccal fat removal. Chin reduction. Jaw reduction. Tracheal shape. Lower face contour. Liposuction. Get ready.
Why? Because he has authority. He has authority to negotiate. He had already had his conversations with Ayatollah Khamenei, the leader, and the National Supreme Council, and he wanted to negotiate. But Vance, even though he was surrounded by his two Israeli agents, Witkoff and Kushner, he had to make, I think, a dozen phone calls. Today. Why? Because he had no authority. He even called Netanyahu. Netanyahu later said that Vance reported. But and he also said other American leaders reported him. It's just interesting to think that that would cause outrage in the Western media, but of course it's with them. So Oligoff was sitting there and Vance was constantly on the phone. So which side is in disarray? Which side can't make decisions? Which side lacks authority? Which side is why? Because he has
Most high IQ women never know they're autistic. I don't advocate any kind of hate. I think the talk that sounds very much like, I think that the guilt complex of the American white man is so profound until when you begin to analyze the real condition of the black man in America, instead of the American white man eliminating the causes that create that condition, he tries to cover it up by accusing his accusers of teaching hate. But actually, they're just exposing him for being responsible for what he did. I don't advocate any kind of hate. I think the talk that sounds very much like, I think that the guilt complex of the American white man is so profound until when you begin to analyze the real condition of the black man in America, instead of the American white man eliminating the causes that create that condition, he tries to cover it up by accusing his accusers of teaching hate. But actually, they're just exposing him for being responsible for what he did.
red bean, egg, cheese, simmer. Yes.
If you want to complain about my mom, please press 1. If you want to complain about kids, please press 2. For online order and payment related issues, please press 3. To speak regarding gas, electricity, or bill payments, please press 4. Apart from this, to discuss any new problems, please wait and talk to me once I get back home after work.
It's more than just the tanks. That's about
And let's talk about the gaslighting that's been going on about this war in Iran. Trump tells a group of children that if it weren't for his war in Iran, we'd all be blown to smithereens.
We just broke every record, and now we're going to take a hit because we have to make a journey down to Iran to take the nuclear weapon. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. Remember, we sent that beautiful B-2 bomber in. We blew up their nuclear potential. It was obliterated. For those who are not aware, and to a point where it would take them weeks to dig down, and we wouldn't let them dig down. We have our eyes on the road. But it was a very important thing. So we would have had an Iran with a nuclear weapon, and maybe we wouldn't all be here right now. I can tell you the Middle East would have been gone, Israel would have been gone, and they would have trained their sights on Europe first and then us. Because they're sick people. These are sick people. And we're not going to let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. The power of a nuclear weapon is something I don't even want to talk about. It's not going to happen. And we have beaten them badly.
Arguably, it is sick, takes a sick person and a terrible person to tell a group of children that if it weren't for your war and your B-2 bomber, that they would be blown to smithereens, and that Israel would be blown to smithereens. So there he is, gaslighting children. I mean, this is the type of conversation that I think a lot of parents would be upset at if you went to a family gathering and, Uncle Jack sits down, or Uncle Don here sits down and says, little one, if it weren't for that war, you'd be blown to smithereens. Moms would come running around the corner saying, what are you trying to do, give them nightmares? And this is what good old Uncle Donnie here is doing, Grandpa Donnie here in the White House, scaring these children. This is the gaslighting. I mean, this is the attempt at gaslighting, starting with the youngest of our generations, is telling them, look, if it weren't for this war, which, by the way, when your parents were your age, we told them the same thing, that one day, soon, 2 weeks, in fact, Iran's going to get a nuclear weapon and blow them to smithereens. Well, it didn't work on them, and so now we're going to try it on you. Gaslighting. The gaslighting doesn't stop with Donald Trump in the White House and with little children. Naftali Bennett, former Prime Minister of Israel, also told us Americans here in this clip I'm going to show you that if we don't support Israel, well, we might just find ourselves having a little 9/11 attack.
the reality is that Israel is a democracy, is the best ally America can have. And NATO not helping. Imagine for a moment we don't exist, okay? And you've got the Middle East festering with jihadists and Al Qaeda types and ISIS and Hezbollah. We know what'll happen. They're going to hit the Twin Towers, 9/11. You were in New York when it happened. I was in Manhattan when it happened. I saw those buildings on fire. That's what happens when you say the Middle East isn't our problem, we don't care. So the radical Islamists will come to the big stations, to Manhattan, to California, to America, but with nuclear ballistics
we never asked America to fight for us. We're fighting right now in the air together. We can defend ourselves. We do need America to have our back.
Are you confused by that message? Because I just was. We don't need you to fight our wars for us. We'll do it together. They've never sent us any troops. And in fact, right now, I mean, they're hoping for Americans to get on the ground in Iran. They're not going to send any of their troops to Iran. No, they're busy taking Lebanon, and they're still busy taking Gaza. That's what they're doing. So that's what their troops are for, taking land, while we're occupied with their big enemy, Iran. Yes, they are doing some, they are in the sky with us against Iran right now, but that's it. They won't even put boots on the ground in Iran. So, you know, more lies. They've actually never offered troops for any of our Middle East wars that we fought for them. Not once. Afghanistan, Iraq, never have the Israelis ever fought side by side with Americans. Never. Never happened. So, but we don't need you to fight our wars for us, but if you don't fight our wars for us, then another 9/11 style attack is going to happen to you. This one makes me really nervous, and I think because, I mean, it's bad enough that Grandpa Don was over there trying to gaslight children, but this one makes me really nervous. And the reason is, so many Americans have turned their backs on Israel. So many Americans are now not in support of Israel, that they're desperate. They're desperate enough, I think, to stage a false flag attack against a lot of Americans. They're going to be very clever, very crafty. They're going to try really hard to make sure that we pin it on the Iranians or whoever they think that we should pin it on, so that to gaslight our youth especially back into the fold, to gaslight our youth into supporting Israel. This one makes me really nervous. What are they going to plan? Would it work? I think that if they did a false flag on American soil, I don't think it would work anymore. I think they would try it. It would get a lot of Americans killed, but I don't think in the end it would work. It would be for nothing, and Americans, if anything, would turn on them even more because we know they did it, that they're the actual terrorists. They were the first, Israelis. You could look this up. This is like in the Encyclopedia Britannica. Not a lie. Israelis were actually the very first to ever commit any terrorist attacks in the Middle East. Look it up. Israel. Israelis, they weren't Israelis at the time. Israel wasn't a country, but Zionists were the first terrorists, the first real terrorists who introduced the concept of terrorism to the Middle East. So, but no, it's everybody else who's the terrorist. It's everybody else. Here's more gaslighting that we're seeing. The White House came out with this tweet that we're fighting this war. I don't know if you realize this, but it's imperative because we're fighting this war to open the Strait of Hormuz. Because it was the Iranians who've been terrorizing us with their closure of the Strait of Hormuz for the last 46 years or something, 47 years. Here's the tweet. For decades, Iran has extorted the whole world by weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz to their terroristic will. Project Freedom will crush that threat and reopen the global commerce trade through the strait. Wait, what? The strait has always been open. And in fact, the only reason why it ever closed was because you started a war. That was it. It's actually been open for free trade this entire time. More free than other straits that charge, like through the Panama Canal. No, actually the Strait of Hormuz has been free trade and actually free. And now it isn't, and now you're trying to gaslight us into believing that, well, we have to fight this war because they've kept it closed for 47 years. The White House goes on to say, in this image with Pete Hegseth here, to what remains of Iran's forces, if you attack American troops or innocent commercial shipping, you will face overwhelming and devastating American firepower. We prefer this to be a peaceful operation, but are locked and loaded to defend our people, our ships, our aircraft, and this mission without hesitation. Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. Yeah, I think that's what Iran said. I mean, we attacked them. They didn't attack first. We attacked them. They're defending their people and their country by closing off the Strait of Hormuz and making sure that ships don't go near their shore where they can lob more attacks. And of course, they know that there's economic pain, and wars are won in the economy, really. I mean, fundamentally, that's where a lot of them are won and lost. So, more gaslighting. A lot of gaslighting with this war. Are people falling for this, do you think? Do you think people actually, like in your personal life, when you're out and about, when you're at work, do you hear people say, well, we have to fight this war because they closed the Strait of Hormuz? What are we going to do? Our gas prices are going up to like $6 a gallon. We have to fight this war. I mean, are you hearing that in your life? Are people actually falling for this? You were going to get a nuke in 2 weeks. You were going to get a nuke in 2 weeks. Trump admitting that the United States empire has just become a bunch of lawless pirates.
Turn your ship around. Evacuate your engine room immediately. And you see all these guys running out of it. Now, they're 5 miles away. In one shot, into the engine room, blew up the engine room, the ship stopped. They used tugboats, and then we landed on top of it. On top of everything else, we then landed on top of it, and we took over the ship. We took over the cargo, took over the oil. Very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates. We're sort of like pirates. But we're not playing games because, for 47 years, Iran has been pushing everybody around.
Oh, really? Iran has been pushing everybody around for 47 years. I'm pretty sure a lot of countries have something to say about that, who's actually been pushing them around. So there he is. He says, we're like pirates. We're sort of like pirates. This is him speaking Friday at the Foreign Club of the Palm Beaches dinner in Florida, talking about the war in Iran and talking about us being pirates. And certainly, I mean, we kidnapped a leader of a foreign country, Venezuela, and basically extorted them for oil. So yeah, we are like pirates. We blew up a lot of fishermen. Maybe some were drug boats, but I don't remember when the last time in this country dealing drugs, selling drugs in any way was the death penalty, like what you'd get in Thailand or the Philippines. I mean, we've become pirates. And now we're saying we want Iran's oil, we want take. And this has caused so many Americans, this is the shame of the whole thing. This is the shame of it all. Is that we used to be so proud to be Americans.
When do you want this?
We used to really feel like our country fought for freedom, and maybe it never did, but we at least thought it did. We at least hoped it did, we believed it did, but now the mask is off, and now we all see that no, America's just fighting for profit. And that is something that a lot of people have been saying for a very long time, because it's true. I mean, when you look back historically, a lot of our wars were fought for profit, profiteering, pirating, basically. But now we're just saying it out loud blatantly and laughing about it. And the world has caught on to this. I mean, luckily, Americans are not, we Americans are not despicable people. I mean, there are some, of course, like in every group, but by and large, Americans are against what is going on. Americans find shame in all of this. And because of that, the world sympathizes with American people. Certainly doesn't like our government, and we commiserate together in that Americans don't have control over the government, they don't have control over our government, and our government runs the world. And neither of us, Americans nor non-Americans, have any control over it. And we're all just at its mercy. Unlike Israelis. Now, the problem with Israelis and why they're hated collectively around the world is because the Israeli people have shown themselves to support their government and the actions, to support genocide, to cheer it on, and to actually require more of it. They're going more extreme. They want more. They don't feel like it's been enough. And that has caused the world to say, wow, not only is your government bad, but you're bad too. And if this government were suddenly out, you would still be doing this. But with Americans, there's a hope, right? There's the hope that the American people will wake up and realize our government has just run rogue. And what are we going to do? We are now run by lawless pirates. And they've not only pirated the world and oil and resources, they've pirated American democracy. And so until Americans can wake up and figure out, well, we're waking up, we just don't know what to do about it. We've woken up from this terrible dream, and we're now like in kind of realizing, wait a minute, the nightmare, it's like when you have one of those really awful nightmares and you wake up and you're like, oh, no, it was a nightmare. Yeah, except we woke up and it was like, oh no, it's real. And we don't really know exactly what to do about it. But I have faith Americans will figure it out. I have faith that we will coalesce and we will figure this out. We will somehow take our country back. And there are some great people running for Congress. Thomas Massey, he's got his 2 weeks away from his primary, and we really want to see Thomas Massey win that one. We've got Dan Bilzerian. You know, a lot of people don't like the guy. Maybe you disagree with him on a lot of things. He certainly has a sketchy past, but I do like his current message when it comes to Israel. And people have just got to stand up, have a backbone, and say no to AIPAC, no to Israel, no to this foreign takeover. We the people need to take our government back. And quite frankly, I don't care what their other political positions are at this point, because it doesn't matter. We have to take our country back. We have to take our government back. And once we get our government back, then we can start squabbling about policy. But we don't even get a choice on policy. We pretend like we do. We gaslight us into believing that, oh, yeah, see, you guys just fight about something over there, like fight about racism and guns and abortions, and fight about, you know, our immigration, race, you know, all these other things. Like, fight about all of that. Well, and fight amongst yourselves. And by the way, we're still not going to do anything about any of that. But we're going to let you fight about it so that you can have something to be upset over, and just don't look our way while we coalesce together, both sides, Republicans and Democrats, and do everything that is not good for the American people. But you know what? That enriches ourselves and our family members. And so until we can get rid of the swamp, truly drain the swamp, which is what Americans voted for, until we can truly drain the swamp, there is no point in arguing over policy. We have to drain the swamp first, get them all out of there, clear them all out, and then we can start having policy debates, because it will actually mean something.
When Africa ran the work of
Saw him hit the ground, but you didn't see the contact. Pushed you out of the way. That's what you're saying. He
Right.
pushed you out of the way, and the next thing you heard,
Exactly. Thank you.
I'm interested in something that you said in your complaint, Ms. Hall. What you said in your complaint was that you ascertained and you have proof that Mr. House has claimed that other cars hit him.
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of proof do you have?
I don't have that proof yet.
Well, yes,
I mean,
this is the day. This is
It's
the
right
hour.
after I hit him. 2 weeks later, he's supposed to have walked out in front of a car, so I heard, and got hit.
Okay, and I'm going to ask Mr. House. Mr. House, in the last 3 years, how many lawsuits have you filed with regards to personal injury?
I haven't filed a lawsuit. I have my attorney who is
You have a lawyer.
just going for my medical.
You have a lawyer.
Correct.
About another incident where you were hit with a car.
Yes,
Were you walking or were you in a vehicle?
I was walking. I don't drive.
And that happened on what date?
It was right at the beginning of February.
Were you hospitalized?
No, it was not.
Now, when you claim that this car hit you, sir, how fast was it going?
Once again, I'm not an expert in speed. I would
Well, you just
approximate.
made yourself an expert in speed right over there, sir. You said that she was going at least 20 miles an hour in a 5-mile-an-hour zone.
That
So that
was
would make you an expert. How fast was the car
I
going?
would say about 35 miles an hour.
At 35 miles an hour, you didn't sustain injuries that required hospitalization.
On hospitalization, I had a sprained ankle, a compression fracture in my neck.
Were you out of work?
I'm currently on workers' comp. I had received some
Workers.
injuries.
You're receiving workers' comp for what?
I had severe chemical burns to my right foot and ankle. Right now, I am hopefully going to be released for work in May.
Chemical burns from what?
I'm in the field of industrial cleaning, and we've been doing a lot of work on the oil rigs. I was sent in to clean out a frac sink, they call it. And as I went in, there was a chemical in there that was unnoticed by my management, and it had run through my boot.
And how long have you not worked?
2 years. So with that injury, I had gained what they call reflex sympathetic dystrophy. It's a neurological condition that was onset by the burns.
A lot of accidents, Mr. House.
Fortunately, so this one case, there was no accident standing in my front yard.
There never was an accident to begin with, David.
I'm going to throw you all. I'm going to make that so easy for me, which is what I would have done anyway. I'm going to throw you all out. Your claim, your counterclaim, because I told you before, don't speak out. The way that a woman like you, who is disabled deals with the problem is not taking a bat and going across the street to a neighbor's house. That's not something I would do. That's not something a normal person does. They interject themselves into a dispute that has zero to do with you. For somebody who was laying in bed all day because they weren't feeling well and they're disabled and they're 59 years old.
Correct.
Disabled people don't go across the street with a bat to get involved with an altercation that has nothing to do with you. Out. I'm sorry. You're done. I'm done with you. Out. You can sit down. If I believe her, even though she talks out of turn, I believe what happened was she came in fast to the driveway and you pushed her out of the way. I believe that you pushed her out of the way so she didn't get hurt. And at the same time, when her car was coming in, you body slammed yourself into the car because you thought she was doing the wrong thing. And she was doing the wrong thing. And I don't believe she hit you. I believe you hit the car. So you came on your counter.
现在我们已经通过电话的各种方式在报警。美国和以色列对伊朗发动非法战事，这场战事已经持续，那就是坚持和平共处原则。
I want to know something that nobody's ready for in 2025 except for those who already fucking know it. Black people are the aboriginals of every continent. Dark-skinned people are the aboriginals of every continent. Native Americans migrated over the ice bridge from Siberia, that would be Asia, and became what we now know as Native Americans. Yes, they lived off the land. Yes, they knew how to get back to it. So therefore, they should be considered indigenous. But the people who were on that land before them and the ice bridge even formed were black people. Black people also built pyramids on every continent. That's why there are pyramids on every continent. The Buddha was a dark-skinned man. The Chinese, we have a lot of trouble denying that we come from melanin. We do. We've tried. We have not succeeded. The difference between us and every other group is that we can admit to the fact that we came from melanin. Why can't everybody else? It's not erasure to say that black people are the aboriginals of every country. We're not saying you didn't exist. We're saying you came after. What's so hard to understand? Just like me saying that Koreans came from China. It's not me saying that they don't have their own culture. That's how all of these Korean nationalists took it in my comments. Oh, you're saying we don't have our own culture or genetic identity? No, I'm saying that culture and genetic identity came from us. You are not tapped in. You don't talk to marginalized groups. Haven't spent any time with them. Y'all gonna be offended by what I'm saying. Some of y'all only research your own identity and that's it. And that's the only content you make besides your mantra. Black people were here first. Black people were here first. Black people were here first. And whoever that pisses off needs to leave my channel, needs to block me, all the above. Koreans, their genetics, their culture came from the Chinese, from what is now known as China. Where did the Chinese come from? Black people. Y'all want to know something that nobody's
We're dealing with a deranged and genocidal president, but also we are dealing with a deranged and genocidal political regime in the United States. Or just think about it. Trump has for weeks now been saying that he will obliterate Iran. He has been saying more recently that he will send Iran to the Stone Age. And even more recently he said that he is going to erase the civilization of Iran. Last night that was supposed to happen. Have you seen any major Western journalists tweet about this and say this is outrageous? This man should he should go to jail. Have you seen any major headlines in the Guardian or the New York Times condemning him for threatening Iran on multiple occasions and to carry out the greatest genocide in human history by far? Have you seen the moral outrage of the Western Epstein class controlled media? No. Why? We're dealing with a deranged and genocidal president, but also we are dealing with a deranged and genocidal political regime in the United States. So just think about it. Trump has for weeks now been saying that he will obliterate Iran. He has been saying more recently that he will send Iran to the Stone Age. And even more recently he said that he is going to erase the civilization of Iran. Last night that was supposed to happen. Have you seen any major Western journalists tweet about this and say this is outrageous? This man should he should go to jail. Have you seen any major headlines in the Guardian or the New York Times condemning him for threatening Iran on multiple occasions and to threaten to carry out the greatest genocide in human history by far? Have you seen the moral outrage of the Western Epstein class controlled media? No. Why? We're dealing with a deranged and genocidal president, but also we are dealing with a deranged and genocidal political regime in the United States. So just think about it. Trump has for weeks now been saying that he will obliterate Iran. He has been saying more recently that he will send Iran to the Stone Age. And even more recently he said that he is going to erase the civilization of Iran. Last night that was supposed to happen. Have you seen any major Western journalists tweet about this and say this is outrageous? This man should he should go to jail. Have you seen any major headlines in the Guardian or the New York Times condemning him for threatening Iran on multiple occasions and to threaten to carry out the greatest genocide in human history by far? Have you seen the moral outrage of the Western Epstein class controlled media? No. Why? We're dealing with a deranged and genocidal president, but also we are dealing with a deranged and genocidal political regime in the United States. So just think about it. Trump has for weeks now been saying that he will obliterate Iran. He has been saying more recently that he will send Iran to the Stone Age. And even more recently he said that he is going to erase the civilization of Iran. Last night that was supposed to happen. Have you seen any major Western journalists tweet about this and say this is outrageous? This man should he should go to jail. Have you seen any major headlines in the Guardian or the New York Times condemning him deranged for threatening Iran on genocidal president and to also carry out a deranged and genocidal political regime in the United States? So just think about it. Trump has for weeks now been
by thanking the white man for what he had, but that I had to get out here and try and do something for myself or make something out of myself. Well, it's good.
You got the body. Understand? Don't go. Okay. Go back to your.
Your aura is blue.
It doesn't matter who you voted for. Now tell me, with all of that, what exactly did the vote deliver? $5 from the power of the president. Something that is really not the American people, not what the candidates are doing, not the democracy itself. Donald Trump has not been the power of the president. Something that is really not the American people. Always practice all of these things on that person. The problem with these things is that we don't view this as a military attack. We seem to think medicine is some innocent thing. Medicine is run by the military. Always has been. The founders of European medicine are military doctors. They are medical men who are military minded. The body is trying to attack itself. They come out with all this attack language. The body's attacking itself. You got an autoimmune disease. Bacteria is attacking you. Everything's attacked. But these were military people. And they still approach the body as the enemy. Who's in charge of medicine in America? What's his title? A Surgeon General. This is military. You're not getting it. It's a misdirection and deception. They're not after her. They're after her officer. They always practice all of these things on medicine to save attention. You ever notice how they try to kill the company?
It's been one of those days.
And that.
See, you're expecting again. I am, yeah. What number's this? Number 4. Good Lord, 4? I know. Yeah, probably your legs. I see you're expecting. Again. I am, yeah. What number's this? Number 4. Good Lord, 4? I know. Yeah, probably your legs.
What's up, everyone? So I wanted to upload a quick video to show you guys how long my hair is. It's still growing. I haven't cut it nor.
In fact, in the old countries of Europe, we spent most of our time killing each other. We didn't love each other. We weren't one big happy family. Side of my family that comes from Scotland, hell, they didn't even worry about fighting people outside of Scotland. Highlanders and Lowlanders just fought the hell out of each other. In fact, in the old countries of Europe, we spent most of our time killing each other. How was relating to our ancestors, friendly, and service.
Kira was only 2 hours.
Está amenazando al señor Trump con invadir Cuba. Habrá todas las críticas que se quieran, pero los hechos son los hechos. Si hay una vanguardia cultural y artística en América Latina, se llama Cuba. Y si vamos a ver la época del COVID que todos sufrimos, pues la única sociedad de América Latina y el Caribe que fue capaz de desarrollar una vacuna cuando tocaba, no la quiso traer por sus fines, pero que salvó no sé cuántas vidas, empezando por las cubanas de Cuba.
by Mossad to promote wars, but you can see it very quickly why they hate it. And the whole beef, right, goes back to 1953. We overthrew the government, we installed a dictator, who did not like very much, was not very kind to his political opponents, put it mildly. And then the other big thing they point out all the time is in 1980, Saddam Hussein invaded Iraq. Now, a lot of people from my generation remember this because this is actually what the neocons they would often like vaguely cite this when they were trying to push the war against Iraq. They're like, he used chemical weapons against civilians. So, yeah, what they leave out is that they were backing him when he did that. They facilitated the sale of those chemical weapons to him, and they backed and gave the green light to Saddam Hussein to invade the country. And so, Iranians remember that. Like, they remember that. There was, I think, 500 or 600,000 Iranians died in that war. Like, they remember this very well. By the way, another lesson from that war is they never surrendered. Even after taking losses like that, these Shiites are not playing around when it comes to matters like that. They fought and fought and fought. And so, anyway, I say all that just to say that it's like these things do inspire hatred, and they inspire hatred for generations and generations. And, yeah, it turns out, if you ask Iranians, not the ones who are.
What do you do with Columbus's diary that says Africans know a way to the west, but he goes around the doldrums? We would never survive. What do you do with that? What do you do with all of this written literature and history that says Abubakar II of Mali sent 200 ships to the west? One came back and said they were afraid and the others disappeared. And then Al Balboa find this village that looked just like Mali, where he was. What do you do with this information? You ignore it. What do you do with Balboa's diary that says we came upon this African village in the isthmus? How did these Africans get here? So what do you do with the head in Mexico that you find in San Lorenzo and Tres Zapote? Some things that are not comfortable for white people. They're not comfortable for them to talk about the possibility that Africans were here before the Europeans. Why? To preserve the myth of white superiority. That's what our whole educational process is devoted to. What do you do with this whole history? This is a written history, my dear. Written. I'm not talking about hearsay. I'm not talking about a griot history. I'm not talking about something handed down from one generation to the other through voice. I'm talking about written history of the Egyptians. What do you do with Columbus?
Accepted Napoleon Bonaparte.
If a woman is slave and the child was just a second, when the child was living with you, was the child receiving welfare? Yes. Okay. Well, that's who this child support order was made against. It was made against him because the state, I was supporting your daughter, or the people in the state where you live were supporting your daughter, so that's why the child support order was made. Now, are you telling me that somebody is still receiving aid for this child? That's a question. That's either a yes or a no. Is somebody still receiving aid from the government for this child?
It's not me, Your Honor.
Not you. Are you still receiving? Amina received Medicaid in Oregon. I have a question. This has been my business for almost 50 years. And the child was just a second. When the child was living with you, was the child receiving welfare? Yes. Okay. Well, that's who the child support order was made against. It was made against him because the state.
I have often said, history is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day. It is also a compass that people use to find themselves on the map of human geography. The role of history is to tell a people where they have been and what they have been.
Damn, bitch! Back the fuck up!
deadly poisons produced by a nuclear exchange would be carried by wind and water and soil and seed to the far corners of the globe in a generation yet unborn. What kind of a peace do I mean, and what kind of a peace do we see? Not a pact. Africana, forced from the world by American weapons of war.
With this, you can instantly lift your foot without dragging. Finally, you can walk without staring at the ground, terrified.
All of the channels in the body end or begin at the feet. All you need to know, Dennis, is you release a blockage that is in your foot, which is one of the most powerful places to treat in your body. Good things are going to happen. So what you can do is you can peel the fascia off of the bone. Sweet channel, this helps treat overthinking and digestion. You've got the liver channel in between these two metatarsals. And here, this helps with vision in life, anger, moving energy, moving chi, all kinds of other things. So if you can release the fascia on the inside of the bone here. Stomach channel in here, everything to do with the stomach. And treating this foot will drain the energy from the head. So this is what also makes it super powerful to treat. This guy, gallbladder, decision making, willpower, courage. And then the bladder channel here. So the same thing as the other side, peeling the muscle off the bone, the fascia, the tension. All you need to know that is if you feel dead. Yeah, you gotta get up. Dead.
Israel is the only country on earth that now operates outside of what is known as international law. They are not subject to it. They simply believe that the state of Israel is fixed and cannot be subject. Israel is the only country on earth.
And you have to learn to allow clowns to enjoy the circus because that's what the fucking circus is there for. If you don't want to be around clowns, then don't go to the fucking circus. But you can't be mad when you can go to the circus and there's fucking clowns. Allow clowns to be where clowns.
I see a lot of Jamaicans upset with all of this. He has made his decision known.
Yeah, the ceasefire. So you decided to rent a house together.
Yes.
And things weren't working out.
She's telling me that I stole some of her stuff.
Did you file a restraining order?
She showed up at my children's school while I was dropping them off.
Did you go to her kid's school?
Yeah.
I'm losing my patience slowly.
This is Judy Justice. Ellen Henderson is suing her ex-roommate, Sarah Williams, for breaking a lease and filing a false restraining order.
Court come to order. All rise.
Have a seat, please.
Case number 2023. Henderson versus Williams.
Thank you. Miss Henderson, you and your kids and Miss Williams and her kids decided to rent a house together.
Yes.
And when was that initially?
We moved in January 21st of 2021.
How large a house was it?
5 bedrooms.
And who moved in with you?
Me, my 2 children, Sarah, her 3 children, and
The third roommate?
yes,
What was your share of the rent?
the share of the rent,
Yours.
$14.95.
And yours?
We paid, me and her split it, and then the cash for
The third roommate.
yes, so $14.95.
And you lived there for a year. What I gather is sort of towards the end of the year, things were getting a little testy between the two of you, either because of you, because of the kids, you had children, and things weren't working out so that both of you were not real happy with each other. That be a fair statement?
It started earlier in 2021.
I'm sure, but at the time that the lease was up, you both weren't really happy with each other. And according to your complaint, she left, you were stuck paying rent, and she had signed a renewal of the lease, and you want her to pay her portion of the rent until you found a new roommate, which you actually found a new roommate several months later. Tenant says she told you that she was contemplating living with you for another year, that her speculation that you went into her room and took a signed copy of the lease and gave it to the rental agent or whoever it was.
It would have been in the kitchen, my area.
Whatever. And it was never her intention to sign the second lease. Your lease was up in January of 2022.
Yes.
The defendant was away for a period of time. When was the defendant away? Just prior to January of 2022.
She went to Hawaii for a week.
When?
She left on January 8th, give or take a day.
And did you return the signed copies of the lease to the landlord?
No, they were turned in December.
By both of you?
For the lease renewal, all three of us re-signed in December. And I have a copy of that.
What I'm asking you is, were they turned in, because that's very easy to verify, were they all turned in before she went to Hawaii? I'll see what you have. Well, Ms. Williams, if it's your statement that she took your signed copy of the lease and turned it in without your permission at some point when you were in Hawaii, that's what you're alleging. This doesn't bear that out, Ms. Williams. I'm going to tell you, it doesn't lend itself to the truth of that statement because this indicates that the two of you and the third roommate signed this on December the 19th. Then you turned it in. Then it was turned in. That was before you went to Hawaii. The landlord signed it on December 20th, which means that if the landlord signed it on December 20th, he signed it before you went to Hawaii, which means she couldn't have stolen your copy of the lease.
Right.
Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I'm not stating I was in Hawaii when she turned it in. I left for Hawaii January 8th through the 18th.
I understand that.
I was unaware.
When our lease was up for renewal, we weren't getting along, and I was on the fence about spending another year with Ellen. In December, we received a copy of the lease renewal. I felt pressured into signing it, but then we told Ellen we needed more time, just you. I had to leave town. I don't know, you don't have any witness here, because you said I had to leave town, so I decided to hold on to the lease until I returned. Where did you go?
Hawaii.
Well, that was in January.
Yes.
Well, the landlord got a copy of the signed agreement December 20th.
I didn't know it was turned in.
Oh, well,
Received
I don't know
email.
whether it was turned in or not.
So I had emailed Restaurant, and I have messages stating it was received from Ellen.
I'll see what you have. No, this doesn't say that. No, lease renewal was signed by all three tenants. Correct. Lease was signed by all three tenants, and it was received before you went to Hawaii on the 20th of December. Easy. You moved out in February?
January 31st.
When was the first lease up?
The 22nd of January 22.
So you stayed on after the lease was up. Why?
I wasn't completely moved out yet. I was in Hawaii.
Okay.
I had reached out to Rincon about paying extra to pay the extra 2 days.
Okay. And when did you get a new roommate? Did you keep blowing her off, or did you answer her?
No, I
No, just a second. Did you blow her off, or did you answer? So the answer is you blew her off. You blew her off.
Yeah.
About the rent that she was stuck with.
Y'all want to know something that nobody's ready for? All right, let's talk about the gaslighting that's been going on about this war in Iran. Trump tells a group of children that if it weren't for his war in Iran,
Ellen Henderson claims her ex-roommate, Sarah Williams, broke their lease and filed a false restraining order against her. Sarah is countersuing for a security deposit, utilities, and damaged property.
Okay. When did you get a new roommate?
He moved in April.
She paid January's rent? So you're talking about February and March.
February, March, and then prorated.
February and March. $14.95, $29.90. Okay. Next part of your case involves filing for a false restraining order. Did you file a restraining order, Ms. Williams, against Ms. Henderson? I'd like to see what it says. No, don't give me that one. Your application for a restraining order, I'd like to see what your application, don't hand him that whole thing. He said, I'd like to see what your application for a restraining order. Okay, so what you say is she sent you 3 letters. You're asking if she sent you 3 letters. They were annoying. I want to know what she was asking for in those letters. Was she asking for rent money? Or was she asking for rent?
Yes.
Okay, so she was asking for her money.
Yes.
For your rent money for the months that she didn't have a roommate. That's not harassment, Pat. What?
There's more. She's telling me that I stole some of her stuff. In the first letter, it says, if you don't pay this in 5 days, we'll take it.
Yeah, she's allowed to say that. Okay.
Yeah, which
so
is totally fine, but she sent it 2 more times, emailed it, and then showed up at my children's school while I was dropping them off.
Did you keep blowing her off, or did you answer her?
No, I
No, just a second.
did
you blow her off, or did you answer? So the answer is you blew her off.
Yes, I was fine with going to court.
You blew her off.
Yes.
About the rent that she was stuck with.
Right. Fine.
$29.90, what she owes you for rent. Now, part of your counterclaim to get money for damages, you get security deposit. How much was her security deposit?
We paid equally between me and her.
No, how much did she pay?
Half of
How much was your security deposit?
$1,747.50.
1747. Is that right? Is that right? Okay. And where is her security deposit?
In our lease, it states that if you break the lease, the deposit leaves the house. And I have an email from the property management stating that same thing, that she signed a lease saying that if she leaves early, then money stays in the house.
So the security deposit, if you and your new roommate keep the house safe, you're going to get back. Is that right? And you don't allege any damage. Is that correct?
I had to clean up the carpets in her room upstairs.
Okay, do you have an invoice for that? 2990. That's 1747.
1,243.
So far, she owes you $1,243. That's less the security deposit that you and your hopefully neat roommate will get back.
May I say something about the payment for rent of me and her? Thank you for rent at $17.95.25. So that's what I paid. Me and her paid that in January, and I paid the entire amount in February.
I understand she was no longer paying rent. You're getting the rent, but on the document turned out.
My portion is $17.95, and that's what I'm asking her for. That's what her portion was in
Okay.
down as well.
Am I correct that she, at the time you moved in, individually paid as a security deposit $1,747? Is that correct?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the rent payment. It's not $14.95, it's $17.95.
Was your rent each month $14.95 or $17.95? I see. Anybody have any proof of that?
I printed out the log, but she paid us $300 each in cash. So there's no, she is on the lease, but it does not show she was paying cash.
You mean the third roommate?
Yeah.
The third roommate.
Right.
So your amount was $14.95.
Correct.
I got it.
Okay. Until
Good.
the end of
Okay, I'm finished. Now the next part of your counterclaim is the utilities. Security deposit you get back. What utilities do you think she owes you?
she did not pay me November, December, January, February closing for
Did you pay them?
I paid them.
I'd like to see. Will you pay them? Now don't give me a whole bunch of papers. I don't want to see a whole bunch of papers that I have to go through. I want to see what utilities there were, when you sent her a statement of what the utilities were. I assume it was that she paid you a portion of the utilities.
Yes.
What portion of the utilities did you pay?
We split it equally the whole time we were there.
Okay, so whatever utility bills that were paid by her, you were supposed to pay half.
But my last payment to her was December 4th for Spectrum Water, Trash, and Gas.
That was 12/4. How much did you pay her?
$364.
Okay, just a second. Did she pay you $364 in December?
She did for the prior month.
So that was for November. That covered November. If it was paid in December, that covered November.
It would have been more so October.
I can't get involved with that matter. Don't give him a whole bunch of papers. December and January bills for utilities. Did you pay those?
I did not because she left me all the time.
I understand that, but now you're getting your rent. Now we're going to settle up on the utilities.
And I didn't include it in the lawsuit, but she still owes me for trash. And I have a list of stuff that she's going to find that I did.
I'm not interested in it, Ms. Henderson. And it didn't work out. You should be very happy. She's gone. You didn't like her.
She overcharged me utilities because her business expenses.
Okay.
Every month it was there.
Come in contact with her on the 25th of May in pedestrian car incident. At 1 minute to 8 in the morning. Who drives a white minivan?
Ellen Henderson has accused her ex-roommate, Carol Williams, of breaking their lease. Kara claims she filed the restraining order because Ellen was stalking her.
Ms. Henderson, it didn't work out. You should be very happy. She's gone. You didn't like her.
She overcharged me utilities because her business expenses.
Okay.
Every month it was there.
You have a bill for December and January. If there's anything here that's not December and January, I'm dismissing that part of your claim. And I already have a bill that's dated April of 2022.
Right. That was for January, February, water.
That's $390. Oh. No. I want you, because I'm losing my patience slowly. Please read out the bills, the total bills for December and January only. Sarah, get ready.
And it goes till February 1st.
Yes. By the way, while she's looking through that, did you go to her kid's school?
I served her a letter of default in letter in the parking lot. Because she didn't pick up a letter from the mailbox. She knew it was coming from me. And I had to go back to the mailbox and get it after a month.
Okay.
And I didn't know where she lived. I didn't know how else to reach her.
Okay. You come in contact with her on the 25th of May in pedestrian car incident at 1 minute to 8 in the morning. Who drives a white minivan?
What was the date?
May 25th.
Oh yeah, that was her kid's school. That was her kid's school when I delivered the letter.
So that's why she filed for protective order against you. Not unreasonable. It was dismissed after a hearing, or it was just dismissed? Part of your claim for filing a false restraining order is dismissed. I could actually see why you would get frightened if somebody went to your kid's school to serve the papers. Okay, what are the bills for utilities?
Can I just say something?
Sure.
I had to give her those letters in order to file for small claims. Okay. I had tried to mail it, and she didn't go to the post office.
I got it. So we have utilities. Which utility and what is it? You should have all this together for me and not make it difficult. This is where you were coming to. Read out the numbers and what the utility is for what month and the amount.
So water, 257.94. Water for February was 132.09. For 12/03 bill date for electricity was 167.
What date?
12.
That's December.
Yeah.
That was for November.
I thought we were doing December, January.
For December, but you wouldn't have gotten December's bill in December. You would have gotten it in January.
It was prepared 12/03.
Right, but that was November. It was prepared 12/03. They're not prorated. Let's go.
Okay. 2/04. This was prepared for electricity 74.72.
Okay.
This one was for the date that I ended at 128 to 201. It was 12.78 for Edison electricity.
Yes.
And then this is gas for 12.29 to 127. It was 37.04. And then the ending charges was 5.72.
Got it. $5.72. I believe it. Okay. Did you add those up? And your arrangement with her, Ms. Henderson, was that you each paid half of the utilities. Is that right?
Can I say something about that? Back in April or May of 2021, I had went to her and asked about me paying less for water, gas, and electric because she she brought all of her Airbnb laundry in the cleaning business, and our washers and dryers were going constantly. And she didn't meet me halfway, so I was stuck paying back. I have this 507.51.
Divided by two.
$254.
1243 less 254. 1243 is what she's owed now, less the security deposit. Couldn't be worse. Judge, what's the plaintiff? 989.
Your Honor, I have
finished.
two
Thank you very much.
that were
Court is adjourned.
Thank you. It's sad that I lost, but I put up a good fight. I'm happy with the decision. She didn't want to live with me, but there were issues. Why would you turn in a lease to renew for a whole another entire year with someone? It's been a lot of stress. I wanted her to file suit so I could see her in court in order to take care of the matter. I had nowhere to go, and I didn't think she was going to renew, to be honest. They were roommates.
I have never understood in my life why at school we were taught that to be good, you need Christian charity, you need friendship among people. How can we reconcile the education that Europe gives us at school, the principles of civilization and morality, with the acts that these Europeans committed against black populations?
Now, Sunday I told y'all this week was going to be positive and productive. And
To tell you something, even people like me who were previously pro-Israel see, wait a minute, they're lying every day thereafter, and you see this on camera, you can't avoid it. Israel at every turn turns to warlike behavior, more deaths of civilians. Look at the journalists who are being killed in Lebanon, not to mention the children who are getting bombed, some of it is on camera, and every time just says, oh, well, we tried not to. Well, I listened to that. I listened to that for a good year, 2 years, and now I see you doing it in a location after location in Lebanon, and Beirut is starting to look like Gaza, and you're unapologetic about it.
What did the earliest Americans look like? Genetic and archaeological evidence shows the first Americans 15,000 plus years ago likely had dark to medium brown skin. Similar to early humans in other parts of the world, light skin is a recent mutation only 6,000 to 8,000 years old. Simply did not exist in most of the world when the Americans were first populated. Therefore, the earliest Americans were not light skinned. So why do people think Native Americans were red or light? Because Europeans invented the red race category in the 1700s. Before that, Spanish, French, and Portuguese descriptions were clear. Many indigenous peoples were dark-skinned, sometimes very dark. Later, colonial governments created racial categories to justify slavery and rewrote indigenous. Appearance to fit racial theories. What did the earliest Americans look like? Well, genetic and archaeological evidence shows the first Americans 15,000 plus years ago likely had dark to medium brown skin. Similar to early humans in other parts of the world, light skin is a recent mutation.
actually 3 beginner tutorials in one. I'm going to start off cleaning my base and cure that for 1 minute, and before I do my French tip, I like wiping off the sticky inhibition layer with alcohol. The horizontal line determines the thickness of the front, and I always do this using a 10mm brush. The longer the brush, the less work you have to do. I have this exact one in my Amazon storefront, and when that's all done, I cure it for a full minute. Now we're going to move on to the aura part of the design. I found that using white potted gel gives the same effect as an airbrush machine, minus the chemicals in your lungs. You don't need a lot of product, so I'm just going to dab it on using my sponge. If you want to do an airbrush design on a dark background, using a light polish is definitely the way to go. I cured that for a minute. Now this is my self-proof matte top coat. I'm using some eyeshadow on a brush to really accentuate that aura design. I always matte top coat before I do aura with eyeshadow, and it also works because now we're moving on to the chrome isolation. I've been loving this non-white fruity gel from CHI&D. In the past, when I wanted to do 3D isolated chrome design, I would have to mix together rhinestone glue, black polish, and top coat. But now since I've used this product, it cuts all those steps out. I just cure this gel for 1 minute, and it creates that perfect mirrored effect. I don't even have to add a color behind it because it makes it so vibrant. Sadly, this gel is not available on Amazon yet, but I do have it in my TikTok showcase if you want to check it out. And with all of my chrome designs, I put a layer of base coat on top of it, and then cure that for a minute before I go in with my top coat. This prevents your chrome from chipping and your top coat from getting glittery. Make sure to save this for your next set and comment what you want to see next. This design was difficult, but it's actually 3 beginner tutorials in one. I'm going to start off cleaning my base and
What are you doing, Evelyn? Hey, Baba. What's doing, Baba? Evelyn. No? What's doing, Baba? No?
แน่ใจนะเพราะเหมือนผมเห็นคุณวิ่งหนีอะไรบางอย่างเจอผีเหรอพี่ก็เห็นเหมือนกันนะครับโดยเฉพาะตัวเพื่อนผมว่าไงทำอะไรไม่ค่อยได้ครับ
Mm-hmm. Very cool.
Thank you.